Okay. Okay, now it should be working. RIP. Unless I put myself in the middle of the stream. Alright, I reckon I might head off because I've got it kind of working now. Alright, see ya. Enjoy the balls. Yeah. I'm drawing the spheres. So mods destroy his balls. Alright. Yeah, see ya later. Twitch. Alright, fixed. Fixed. Is my mic working? Yes. Clip Studio. Nice. Need some music. Not on Twitch. I don't normally save streams. Well, on YouTube I do save VODs, but generally like just bigger collab sort of things. So I don't like have a lot of shitty streams. What's wrong with this? I think I need more here. Yes. Yeah, I feel like that's good enough. I could go like um duh, 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 duh. Yeah, I think that looks kinda nice. I think that's good. Alright, what's next? Metal. Metal's pretty easy to do. Actually, I just need to grab. Actually, no, I don't need to grab that. I need to go a circle. Just plop it right there. Make sure it's touching both sides. I probably should I should commentate like what I'm doing. I'll do it like a second time all again and explain what the fuck I'm actually doing because I'm kind of a shitty teacher when I'm doing a live. All right. Okay, I'll try to explain this. So I'm doing a metallic surface, right? Which means that like 99% of the light is reflected like a mirror. So you kind of just think about what angle the light enters and exits, like so, or from the your perspective. So on the bottom of the sphere, because it's like curved downwards, right? We're gonna see the floor, and then on the top of the metal, we're gonna see the sky, which is black in this case. But for any environment, you just think about like what are the main tones that are coming from the direction of the sphere. So if the top of the sphere is black, I'm just going to make another layer like this, right? And also, well, what I like to do is I like to make it slightly brighter like that because metals aren't like completely smooth, so they do reflect a tiny amount of like light from different directions, so they won't be 100% the color that is on the surface. So I would get like that, maybe even slightly brighter. But then all we have to do is really just get this and blur it now. Oh, wrong layer. Oh, I've got it clipped, that's why. No, that's kind of shitty. I might just have to use the airbrush. That's pretty bad as well. This will work better. So I'll just put a Gaussian. Oh, the angle's kind of messed up. I fucked this one up. Okay, I messed this one up a little bit, but it's not going to be too bad. And then just clip this. Why is it not clipping? I probably shouldn't use my mouse either. Just smoothing this out. I'm just going to copy this. Oh, wrong layer. Here. Ambient occlusion. Adjust that. And then same. Okay, I made this a lot darker on this one. I can probably just go boom, add that little bit of Fresnel effect just around this edge. It's alright. Yeah, it's not the best. I probably should have gone a little bit lower with the sphere, so if I move it down a little bit, it kind of like, you can see the sphere a bit clearer, because obviously it's going to like blend in with the background if I go like that. All right, I can just add a little bit more this Fresnel effect, and you kind of get this metallic look. I think I might have like a metal texture brush, so I can like add like a rust. Where is it? Good rock. I should have a rust texture. Rock. Rust. And I can just like add. Just like some smudges. Doesn't really add that much, but just get rid of it. It's pretty much metal, or just like a perfect mirror finish. Glass is kind of it's not that complicated, but it's kind of a pain. Let me just duplicate this. Oh no, this one. And shadow. It's not the right shadow. Alright. Something like that. The way I do glass, or like, because obviously you want to paint like a clear surface, right? But the way I do that is I turn off this layer so it's invisible, and then on Clip Studio you can double click while holding. Do you have to hold control? You have to hold control and double click, and then it will select the layer automatically. And then I can go into like a second layer, right? And then just draw, like use that as a masking layer, or you could just do a mask, right? But if I do this, it makes it very easy to just like draw without actually having a solid feel, which because obviously glass is transparent, so you don't want something that you can actually see. But the easiest way to do glass, just get white and then fill in the whole thing, and then erase from the center like this. And then that pretty much gives you glass, like it's called the Fresnel effect, where depending on the angle that you view a surface from, it becomes more reflective. So if you view glass from the front, it's going to be more transparent versus if you look at it from like a very shallow angle, it's going to reflect more of the light. So it kind of reflects more of the environment the further it goes towards the edge. So if you just do white and then erase the middle, it will give you that sort of effect. And then depending on, obviously, it's not going to reflect light on the top as much, right? So we can like, erase that. And you can maybe get rid of all of it. What did I do with these other ones? Yeah, I made it like fully black on the top. Well, actually, I think what I actually did was kind of half erased it, so there's still a little bit of the Fresnel effect. And then keep it where, so obviously there's going to be more of this surface being reflected on this side here, but then obviously you do the same thing that I did for the glossy sphere as well, where it's going to not reflect this where the shadow is, so it's going to like bounce light. There's no light getting reflected from here. Okay, turn that off, then this off, turn this back on, make a new layer, select this again, and then we're going to get like the same black as the top, and then paint that in. I should do what I did with the other one, right, where I moved the sphere down, because if I move it closer to it, like where there's more background, you're going to be able to see the glass, because if there's no background for the glass, you're not going to be able to see what effect it's having. I'm going to move it down a bit as well. Oh no, I need to move. Maybe I'll just smoothen the background out a little bit for this one. And I just use the gradient tool. Alright, that'll be good. And then copy this. Why has this got opacity? Oh, because it's underneath this layer. Alright. Hmm. Okay. Oh, I did that on the wrong layer. Oh, I fucked it up a bit because I drew. Oh no, oh no. I had this layer on the top, so it made it look completely different. Can I fix this? Oh fuck. Hmm. Okay, that's close enough. Yo, thanks for the raid. Doddy. Just doing some drawing and I kind of fucked up, but yeah, I fixed it. I fixed it mostly. Hello. Alright, that's better. Okay, I think I erased too much, but that's alright. And then what we can do. Oh, I haven't selected it. Put all of this into this layer. Delete the outside. Have I stuffed up anything else? Alright, it's not too bad. Copy paste it. Shrink selection. Oh, maybe like this shrink selection. Yeah, this is just a bit of an art study. Can I? Oh, maybe I can. There we go. Shrink it. Keep aspect ratio. Whoops. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. What am I doing? Okay, keep. Make it a bit smaller. What do we want? 86. Painter. Yeah, well, I'm doing glass. Like, I'm doing a glass study or like process. So the way I do it is I put like a solid layer before I do anything. I put down a solid layer and then I can hide that. And then in Clip Studio, you can if you hold Control and then double click, you can select it. So I can draw in a circle without actually having anything there while like keeping it transparent. That's how I tend to do this. And then to make the glass have like some sort of thickness, I'll just duplicate the like sort of stuff that I've drawn and then just shrink it and reduce the opacity, and that kind of gives you like the thickness of the glass. And then all I have to do is just like add some reflections and extra stuff. And then yeah, because glass is like it's like 95% reflective or whatever, like, well, not reflective, you know, clear, so you get like two different highlights. Let's see. I'll go like that. And then maybe shrink. Where's this tool? Shrink this one down, shrink this one. No. Alright, it's alright. Alright, we'll see you around. Just gonna squish these a little bit. Oh yeah. Maybe the opacity down a touch. Yeah, that's better. And also you do get even a couple reflections in the back of the sphere. So like down here. Because you also get reflections on the inside of glass materials. So like, for instance, if you have a glass panel and it's like this is the thickness of the glass, you get light that bounces off like this, but also you get light that bounces off like that. So you get like two different reflections. Even if it's like on the inside of the surface, you'll get, you know, more reflections, because it also occurs just between like different mediums. So you get like 4 different reflections in total, I think. Alright. Looking not too bad. And then also in here, because you get reflections on the inside of a surface, we'll get reflections of this shadow here. We'll get them in here because the light goes, like if this is the sphere, right? When we're looking at it from the side, and this is the shadow, and this is our eye, like over here. The light from the shadow goes like boom, boom. So we actually see the shadow of the sphere up in the back of the sphere. And because it's on the right side of the, to the right side of the sphere, it goes like this way and then straight towards us. It's kind of hard to imagine in perspective, but it'll be like something like this. This sort of like gloopy shape. Oh god, this tablet sucks. Alright. And then because it's like a slight reflection, right? Like it's a shadow, but it's only a very small difference. Like only, you know, 5% of that shadow is being reflected, right? So, you know, you could do like only 5% opacity, or maybe more, just to like exaggerate that shadow, right? All right. And also because as I explained before, right, you get the 2 different reflections in glass on the, you know, the front of the surface and the back of the surface. You get those two different reflections. You'll get 2 of these shadow reflections. So if I go back to this, now I can like just duplicate this shape and make it bigger and probably more. I'm using Clip Studio Paint. You can use like any program. Like it really doesn't make a difference in my opinion. Oh, like for some small things, like if you want to animate, I would use Clip Studio, but it really doesn't matter all that much. Okay, I'm gonna turn this down a bit. I'll fix this after actually. What else do I have to do? So I think I want more of this shadow reflection along this area, right? Because I think that's what I did in this one, right? Yeah, I really exaggerated it. What else did I do differently? I think I just did the Frenzel effect way more clearly. So I'll just make this more darker. Do you think being able to do this traditionally helps you do it digitally? I don't think you would be able to do this process. Well, you can draw like a shiny sphere, like traditionally, but you're not going to do it in the same process as this really, because you don't have layer opacity in like traditional drawing. But you can, I think the main thing is to be conscious of like the material properties, right? So how do I explain it? Like, you know, all the greatest artists have drawn, you know, like traditionally, right? And they, because they understand material properties, they don't do it in like distinct steps as much. They just draw it all on one layer, right? Like I could do this on one layer, but it's going to be a bit harder for me to like consciously do. But you can still do it traditionally. But I would just say that the one thing is you like just understand what interactions with light are happening, because if you understand why certain reflections are happening the way like why they're happening, then you can apply it to pretty much anything. I'll go through all the spheres again because I didn't really do a very good job. All right, and then for the bottom, I'm gonna do another layer. Put this. So I'm just gonna do this. I can't really see it anymore. I'm just gonna go like that. I'll do it all again and then like try to explain exactly what I'm doing as I'm doing it rather than sitting quiet, because that's what I tend to do. Alright. And then maybe I'll do like a example of where you would use these sort of materials, like how to actually apply them to an actual study, or like, you know, an actual piece of work rather than just like doing the material spheres. All right, and then I can copy this, paste it, select this, and then shrink it by, what was it? I think it was 87. Whoops. 87. Right. I think it technically wouldn't reflect the exact same, like these corners would come in a little bit because they're reflecting too far out now. But it wouldn't change too much. I'm just going to keep it as is and then adjust the opacity. All right. That's better. And then, yeah, I need to explain the Frenzel effect a bit more clearly to explain why I'm doing certain things. But I'll do that the second time I go through all the materials again. Okay, actually, I'll focus on the shadow because obviously a shadow is not going to look like this if you have a transparent object. It's not going to have a shadow really. But what I like to do is there's the gradient tool in Clip Studio, and you can actually set it to a circle or an ellipse. So I can do this sort of thing. And it's not doing anything currently because I'm on the wrong layer. Okay, that's there. So I'm going to set the color of the gradient to be transparent to black, I think. And then that should erase the center of the okay, it's not doing it. Is it doing it? Yes, it's doing it now. But cool, I'll set this layer as multiplier for the shadow, and then you're gonna get because it's like, it acts like a lens. What I can do, draw a sphere. It's obviously gonna like refract the light and kind of converge it. And because we've got two layers, kind of comes in, refracts, comes in. We should go out a little bit, I think. But you kind of get two, I'll show you on this one. You'll get two different lenses kind of effects. So I can use the gradient tool. Try find the center. Yeah, I missed the center a little bit. I'm still, whoops. All right, that will change the curve a little bit. See. That's better. And then I can adjust this slightly. duplicate, make a selection, just gonna shrink it again. And then I'll make it less intense than the first one. And that's kind of your, you can also even add a bit of extra white to the center, because it's obviously converging light, so it's actually going to be brighter than it normally would be. So you could add a little bit of light in the middle. And then I just need to adjust these a little bit. So obviously now, because it's reflecting this bright area, I can come in and erase the parts where it should be not reflecting sort of that. And do the same here. Need to turn up the brush density. All right. Maybe still the touch too. All right. Yeah, it definitely like pays off once you start putting in a bit more. Okay, I'm gonna make this fully dark, but obviously because I was talking about before where this is actually a reflection of the shadow, like now that I've rendered the shadow more, I can kind of understand that the center of this bit here isn't actually going to be dark, right? So I can kind of just erase out the middle a bit to reflect what's going on. And then turn back down the opacity, and that will be a more accurate representation of what's happening. Or even what you could do is just make a sphere, like apply the same what's it called? You know, apply this sort of look so it's kind of the same as the shadow. Multiply, and then warp this shape into that reflection. That would probably yield a better sort of result if I oh, that looks nice as actually. Oh my god, that looks so nice. Oh yeah, that looks cool. Oh yeah, that's sexy. Okay. Yeah, and then just adjust that. There's like a bajillion and one shortcuts that you can you can do like that, and it will give you really cool, like even more accurate results. And then just turn that down a touch more to be a bit more realistic. Oh yeah. And then I'm going to copy paste that and just put that on the inside of this one. All right, and then slightly reduce the opacity of the second one. Actually, no, I think this one should be the dark one, and then the outside one's the darker, because it's going to reflect off the inside surface first. Something like that, a little bit. All right. Oh, I forgot also, because it is reflecting these two different rings of light. You should have two different rings of this sort of shadow, which I'm just gonna kind of do it really quickly because I don't want to spend too long working on this. All right. Wrong layer. Oops. Yeah. Oh. Still the wrong layer. Here it is. All right. It's way too dark, but it's kind of the process. Just make that a little bit less. There we go. That's kind of the idea. It's not as good as this. Oh, I did forget to add this sort of reflection where, like if you have a square window, it's going to reflect like a distorted square shape. So like if you have a light source coming from this angle, it's going to be like a square that's kind of bendy. I'll just quickly add that on. Okay, it's terrible. It's a very poor, very poor circle. Just adjust that a tiny bit. And then also you can do the same Fresnel effect where it's going to be a bit more reflective around the edges compared to the start. To the middle, I mean. So I'm just going to use the big airbrush and kind of airbrush it a little bit towards the middle. And then it will give you that sort of look. And also this reflection that I'm doing, oh, that looks pretty cool. this reflection that I'm adding from the window doesn't necessarily have to be from the same direction as the main light source. Like I could add it like over here. It probably wouldn't look as good. But technically there's nothing wrong with that if you have a secondary light source, but it will slightly complicate things a little bit. I'll just fix this up a tiny bit more. Slightly. And then you can add like a tiny bit of blur depending on the sharpness of the glass. Just to hide my shitty curves. Alright, and then I'll probably duplicate this and shrink it again for the inner surface. Yeah, just lower that opacity. Not too bad. Honestly, I might get... I feel like it's a little bit too much detail by adding the secondary one. I might just get rid of it. That's not too bad. Why do I keep adjusting the wrong? Alright, then both of them go down a touch. Something like that. It's not too bad. I could probably... Oh my god, I cannot speak today. Probably add this all to one folder and then merge it all and like adjust it from there, depending on the environment. So I'll go like this, copy paste, and then I could merge it to all. This might fuck it up actually. Merge selected layers. Nope. Go tonal correction and then like adjust the contrast. So if you know it's a bit more intense, something like that. That looks pretty cool, but I think that's super realistic actually. I don't know. It looks fine like this. I'll be back in 1 second and then I'll do... Wait, what haven't I done? I've done all of them except for skin. I'll do skin and then I'll go back through all of the materials again and explain in better detail what's actually happening. Let me just write BRB. Actually, I'll do B. B. Alright. I might actually go straight back to matte material because matte and skin colors are kind of like exactly the same process except for one tiny change. So I'll just go back towards I'll just do matte again. I'll just start a new canvas as well. All right. So first thing I'm going to do is make a background. So I'll pick like a dark, close to black, but not quite black for the like sky surface. And then I'll use the gradient tool to kind of, oh, wrong gradient tool, create the background. And normally I go like about that size. And then also for the ground surface, I'll pick like a grayish color and do another layer. Oh, what did I do? Did I flip the canvas? Right, like that. And then I'll maybe move this down a touch so it feels more centered. All right. So that's like the ground environment that I will use. And then all I do for the sphere, just pick like a middle color, use the G pen and just click with the mouse, and that will give you like a perfect sphere. All right. And then to map out the shadows, all I do is a sphere or like an ellipse, make it the same width as the widest part of your sphere, and then like choose how. So this would be the light source is like at a 90-degree angle from your viewing angle, I guess. I don't know how to explain it properly, but depending on what sort of angle the light source is, it will change the angle of this ellipse. But just pick something like that, I guess. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. And then slightly angle it, because if you do it like this, it's going to be the light's going to be pretty much straight on with the sphere, so you kind of want it on an angle so it gives a little bit more interest. And I'll grab this ellipse and then line it up with the edges. Alright, I just need to adjust the size of it a little bit. Alright. And then to check whether it's centered, sometimes I'll do like, I'll zoom right in to where I can kind of see the flat part of the pixels, and then I'll just move it straight up. And then I'll repeat the same thing on the sides where I zoom in. It's kind of hard to see, but it's like here-ish. Uh-oh. Where is the edge of the sphere? All right, and that will kind of give you a center. So it's pretty centered. So it doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, and then to find out where the shadow's going, all you have to do, find the longest point along the ellipse. So from here to here, and I should do that on another layer. Okay, and then I can select this line. Make a selection and then rotate it by 90 degrees. Okay, and then I just, in Clip Studio Paint, there's like a little tool property thing where you can like exactly make it 90 degrees, or you can just kind of guess that it's 90 degrees, or you make like a square by using two different straight lines, and that will give you a 90-degree angle. And then I'll put it on this side, duplicate the line, and then that will go across to here. And then for the shadow, all I can do is make another ellipse like that. And because I want the light coming from towards me, so we get the highlight on this side of the sphere, I guess if you imagine where the sphere is making contact with the ground, I guess it will be kind of like, I'm drawing behind. Like it'll be kind of contacting the ground about here on the sphere. So if the light's coming from our side of the sphere, the ellipse will be a little bit behind the like the center line of the ellipse. If I draw that real quick. All right. It's going to be like a little bit up. All right, that's better. Maybe a little bit down. I kind of just eyeball the shadow, to be honest, and just get the width roughly right. And then I'll use this ellipse that we have here. Get rid of these two. And then I can, you know, make a black infill. There we go. And that will give us the ellipse, or like the shadow terminator line. And then, yeah, I will just, if you just erase it straight away, you kind of get these bits where the shadow disappears on the edge a little bit. So I just grab the color and then draw just around it. That will stop it from effing up the shadow when I use the blur tool. And then all I can do is just use my, not my airbrush, my blur tool. Just draw straight along. And you don't even need a like drawing tablet. I'm using my mouse for 90% of this just because like it doesn't really matter. Like that. And this, the thickness of this terminator line is kind of dependent on the size of the light source. So if I have I'll draw a diagram real quick. If I have a sphere, right, and I have a really tiny light source like this, the light will hit a certain point on the sphere, and also like it will depend on how far back the light source. So on Earth, because the sun is so far away, the light rays are pretty much parallel to the surface of the Earth. So we get the equator line, or like the terminator line, pretty much on the center of the sphere. Like, well, you know, 50-50 is in light and 50% is in shadow. But then if we have the light really close to the surface of the sphere, we're going to see that the light only reaches to like this point. So you're going to get, you know, this part in light, and then, you know, 70-80% of the surface in shadow. But for most light sources, you can just assume that they're coming in parallel. Otherwise, you're just going to be, well, if you're pretty good, you can make the light source come in from a close angle, but you don't really have to consider it too much for most artworks. But also the thickness of this terminator line, if I go back to that diagram, if I have a really thick light source compared to the actual object, you're going to get really soft shadows. So, you know, there's light coming from this angle. Where is it? You know, there's going to be light coming from this angle, and there's also going to be light coming from this angle. So it kind of blurs how much shadow there is on this edge. But because I've got a pretty sharp light source, I just kind of blur it a little bit. And then also, I need to stop erasing this stupid sphere. Because if we assume that the light is coming in parallel, so it's coming all in this way. Like this. How do I explain it? I explained it in the video, but if you take a square of, oh, what was that notification? Hello, Rojale on Twitch. We've got a live stream on Twitch and YouTube, so if I'm talking to someone else, it's I'm not going crazy. I'm just talking to the other chat. But It's called the Lambert's cosine law, I think it's called. But as a surface turns away, the amount of light that's hitting these edge parts is going to be less because let me erase these. You know, if the thickness of the like light beam was like this much, right, it's going to be concentrated to just this area of the sphere. And then if I take the same amount of light that's coming in parallel and I do it right on the edge, right, the light is actually going to be hitting from you know, from here to here. So it's going to have the same amount of light spread over a greater distance, which makes it like appear less bright because there's like, you know, just less light in total. So to do that, now I can just make a new layer and then use the airbrush. Well, make sure you clip it and just brush that in, and that will simulate the effect of more light hitting the top, or more light per area hitting the top, and less light or a greater area on the sides. And that will give you like 90% of the sphere. Like it looks 99% there already. And then we're going to have ambient lighting, which is where light hitting the ground is going to bounce up, hit the sphere, and then bounce towards us. And if this light's coming from this side of the sphere, you're going to have more light hitting here, bouncing this into this area, and also hitting this side and bouncing up here, and less light just hits the surface and bounces off right before it can actually hit this part of the shadow. So you're not going to get very much ambient lighting on the like shadow side, I guess. So what that ends up looking like is if I just use the airbrush, like for 90% of these studies, just use hard brushes and soft brushes. You don't need texture brushes. Like I think texture brushes are really, really overrated because like you can just use, like some of the best artists that I've seen literally can just 99% of all their work just use hard and round brushes, and then, you know, for some parts of it they'll use textures to speed up the process, but like you don't need anything special. But anyways, as I was going to say, for the ambient lighting, we're going to see more of it on this front edge, and then it kind of leaves this side it kind of leaves the core, it's called the core shadow, leaves this area darkest. So you get this kind of dark band around along the terminator line, and then towards the backside around here. And then obviously you're not going to get this much. It's not the ambient lighting's never going to be more than the like you know, just direct lighting. So you kind of just turn down the opacity to what looks about right. That looks about right, and that's good. Like I could speed run a sphere in like you know, probably less than a minute. I really got down the process. And then, you know, you're also going to have ambient lighting, so light is going to scatter in the atmosphere depending on how, I guess, clear. So you're going to get, you know, light that will just be traveling along, and then it will hit some dust in the air and it will be scattered off in a different direction. And then that will also, or you just like ambient lighting from the sphere will also kind of brighten up the shadow. So you're never going to get like a pitch black shadow. So I'm just going to turn down the opacity to what looks about right. Make another layer above the shadow, and then we're going to do ambient occlusion where the light cannot make it into. So obviously light's going to come in, bounce up here, and then be reflected towards us, but not as much light is going to be able to bounce, and get into these very small, like, crevices. So that will look like this. Just like a touch of a darker shadow just here. Not too much. Or can I adjust that with the merged or the liquify tool? Whoops. And then I'll probably add some more ambient lighting in the shadow. So I'll clip that. And then the further it is out, the more ambient light it's going to receive. So I'll just add sort of that towards the edges. Around here and sides as well. Maybe that's a little bit too much. I'm going to undo that a little bit. That's better. And then depending on how sharp your light is, as I was like, you know, the size of the light, if you have a really thick light, what's going to happen is that the light's going to come in from this angle, right? If you have parallel rays of light, it's going to just, you know, be a very clear shadow. But if the light has a bit of thickness, you're going to get a less sharp light because some bits will be able to cross over and fill in the lighting a little bit. But you kind of always, even with parallel lights, you would add just a tiny bit of blur around the edges. And also, the further the point is away from the light source, the more blurry it's going to be. So you're going to get more blur on the backside where it's further from the terminator line compared to here. So I'll just add a little bit less blur on this front edge and a little bit more towards the back. And then now that I've got everything in, all I can pretty much do is just adjust things to look how I want them to look. And then I forgot to add, you also get ambient occlusion on the sphere, so don't forget to add that. Otherwise it kind of looks like it's hovering a little bit and it doesn't look like it's sitting on the surface as much. So just add that little bit of darkness there. And it gets pretty close to being pitch black depending on the circumstances. So now that will look like it's actually sitting on the surface. All right, that's pretty all right now. Maybe just a little bit more. Maybe here. All right. And also maybe, I don't know, just a little bit of specular reflection on the... Just to brighten it up a little bit. Like that, if you want. But, you know, like if it's a little bit more shiny, it's going to look like this. If it's super, super matte, it's going to look like this, but add a little bit, I guess. Yeah, that's looking not too bad. Alright, I'll make... This is going to be like a very dark, glossy sphere if I make it glossy. Okay, we'll try roll with it. But for the glossy sphere, so like a shiny material, like this one here, you're going to just start off with a matte sort of surface and then render a few things on top of it that will give it the reflective appearance. So, oh yeah, okay, so the Fresnel effect, I think it's called, is the first, or like one of the things that you need to consider. So let me find an example. Okay, here's an example. So with like water or any glossy material that's like reflective, if you look at it from a steep angle, which means, if this is the surface and you're looking at it at this angle, that's like a steep angle, it's going to be more transparent or less reflective than if you view it from this angle. So it's going to reflect if you're looking at it at a like shallow angle versus going through if you're looking at it at a steep angle. And you see that on things like water, where because this is close to your feet, if your head is here, this is my little guy, and if you're looking at the water, that kind of goes off into the distance. The light that you're looking at here is going to be, the surface here is going to be less reflective, so it's more likely to pass through the surface versus, or it'd be going towards your eyes actually, versus the surface that's getting further away is at a more shallow angle, so the light's going to reflect more, comparatively to just passing straight through, and that kind of becomes more and more and more as it gets further away. So it's like a smooth transition. And then the way that affects our sphere is that the edges of our sphere are going to be more reflective than the front of our sphere because it's being at a more shallow angle. I'm getting notifications. And then, so we have to reflect the environment around the edges more than we do have to do it on the front. And because the ground is bright and our sky is dark, that's going to make it, the top be darker, like it's going to reflect the darkness around the top edge, and then around these sides edges where it starts to get a bit more brighter, you're going to add a little bit of lighting, and then you kind of cut it off at this shadow bit because it's not going to reflect the light from the shadow because there's no light. So what we can do is make a new clipping layer, or like clip it to the bottom of the sphere. Just pick the background color. Use the airbrush once again because it's the goat, and just add that soft edge to it, right? Or if you're being lazy, you can use the gradient tool again, which is like the easiest way to do it. But you probably won't be able to do that on like most real studies because everything's not a perfect sphere. So I probably wouldn't do that as much. So we're going to get that little bit of shadow, or like that little bit of reflection of the background on the top around the edges of the sphere, and then on a different layer, I'll get this ground color, and then I'll make sure you clip it. Do the opposite sort of thing, so you're reflecting around the edges, the ground environment. All right. Okay, and then just use the eraser to erase where the shadow is, I guess, going to like reflect. So something like that. And that's the first sort of element. If I, oops, just tidy that up a touch. Exaggerate it a little bit. So that's the first element of the like glossy surface, and then there's just like irregular specular reflections, which is just, if a surface is smooth like a mirror, then the light is going to reflect at a equal angle. I don't know how you represent equal angle or something like that, I guess. It's going to reflect off at an equal angle to what it hits the surface at. So we need to kind of reflect the ground, kind of like what we did with the metallic surface, right? We need to add this reflection of the ground on the sphere around this sort of equator line. Like that. So I just add another layer maybe underneath all these other layers. Create like a ellipse. And then I know if you go like this, you can actually move. Oh, fuck. I can move this. Invert. I might just make it completely white and then just color all that in. And then also the Frenzel effect is happening in the same, oh man, I need to move it up a little bit. In the same manner that it's happening around here, we're going to have the same sort of thing. So I'm just going to use the airbrush tool, make it real big, and erase the center of this. Can't make this any bigger. I made the canvas massive. All right, just going to go like that. So we're going to get more reflections of the, you know, around the edges compared to around the middle. And same as this sphere, you've got this reflection of the shadow, or like where there's no light coming in, so you're not going to get any of that light coming in along the bottom. So I'll just erase that. Like this. Just make sure it's nice and smooth. It's all right. Ooh. And then because it's like there's no, if it was like the hard edge of a table, it would look like this, but because it's like a light source that is slowly dimming, we can also add the blurring around here. And then just turn that whole amount down. I think I actually erased too much, to be honest. Maybe I'll just go like this. I'll get it to this stage. We'll create a selection. Oh no, that fucked it. Nope. I have to go back. Because I think I over erased it a little bit. So, because I didn't get that kind of line that goes around the equator. So I'll try to kind of keep it a little bit more. So there's a clear line of where the reflection's happening rather than completely reflecting the middle or not reflecting the middle. All right, that's better. And then same thing. It might just take a few tries to get a good one. Same thing, because the shadow around here isn't a perfect blur. I can also blur this reflection a little bit. And then just turn down the opacity a touch. Maybe I'll turn it up a little bit, but erase the bottom just so it's not as distinct. Something like that. Alright, and then the last thing to do is just add a specular reflection, or not specular reflection, specular highlight. So just get clear white, add that little bit of a circle, and distort it a little bit because it's not going to be a perfect circle. And then more airbrush tool. All right, and then I'll just adjust it slightly. So that's kind of the glossy sphere. It's looking not too bad. And also, like, you might get a few more reflections around the edges depending on where the like light is, and it will affect the shadow a little bit, but I probably won't worry too much about that because it's gonna take a while. It's gonna be a pain. All right, it's not too bad. Maybe I'll just exaggerate this a touch. Um, something like that. And then you also get more contrast. So I might, like, you know, I can turn up this, what's it called? Highlight on this side a touch compared to what it was on the matte sphere, and then turn down the, should it be the other way? Actually, no, it should be the other way around. I should dim this reflection on the top because the brightness from this bit is going to be more concentrated on this tiny little highlight because it's reflecting more smoothly. So it's gonna appear darker on the top, and then on the bottom, because it's reflecting a bit more, I can add a bit more opacity to the where is it? I guess it must be this layer a little bit, and then also just erase it slightly around here. Yes. Maybe not that much, just a tiny bit less. Alright, that looks pretty good. Maybe just a tiny bit. I'm getting caught up on just the small details, but ooh, that looks pretty cool. Yes, okay. Yeah, I've taken everything a little bit further then, because I think this looks really shiny. Pretty cool. Compared to... I think it's even a bit more glossy than this one. Oh, do I want to do glass again? I don't. I'll skip to skin because I've already done glass and it takes a very long time. And I'll just put this all in one layer. All right. So for skin, I will get like a very orangey white color, very white, like a lot more white than you would actually think, and kind of between yellow and red, like just an orange, like this color here, and I'll just make it very close to white, like that. and then just fill it in here. This is skin that I'm going to be doing now. And then, oh yeah, I can probably, I wonder if I can move my OBS to show it. It's going to look kind of ugly for a second. All right, there we go. So pretty much white here, just with a little bit of orangey color in it. And then you kind of follow this curve. So you go more saturated, and then it's kind of like a, I don't know what you'd call it, a parabolic or like exponential sort of curve where you get more and more dark as you get closer and closer to being saturated. And you also move it down towards red as you do it. So if I want to pick a darker color, I'll move it across to a more saturated and slightly darker one, and then also move it down to red a little bit more. And then I'll make another layer above it, right? So I don't know if I got this a very good tone. It's not a very good tone. Actually, you could probably work with this if you can kind of work with it. Because skin tones like are so varied that as long as you know the rules, you can actually kind of make it work no matter what. I didn't draw the circle, but I'll just rough it in like that. What's the time? 2:40. And I'll just move this down a little bit so it's more across the equator. And then same thing, blur. Pick this. So I'm using like the same process as what I did for the matte sphere. So I'll blur the terminator line and then add a bit of Lambert's cosine law, where I'm like, you know, slowly fading it out. This is a very, very orange color, but I bet I can make it work somehow. And then now I'm going to start going towards red, or like more towards red and more towards black as I do things like the ambient occlusion, and make sure to it gets way darker than you would think in this area. Okay, more red. Yeah, and then I'll pick this sort of color for the ambient reflection. Actually, yeah, I can do that a little bit. Same sort of ambient reflections. Not here with my ambient lighting. Add that in here. And then the one difference between skin and a matte surface is that we get subsurface scattering. So light will not in, oh well, come on, there's a layer. Instead of just hitting the surface and maybe penetrating a little bit and then bouncing back out, with skin, because it's slightly more transparent, it's going to go further into the material, bounce around, you know, in whatever direction, and then get bounced out. And that will cause it to be more red because of our blood, I guess. So what you can do is where there's a kind of a transition from a very bright spot, so like along here, to a shadow, it's going to make the subsurface scattering more obvious. So I'll pick like a very bright red, and then I'll draw along these sort of edges where, you know, you transitions from bright to dark. And I'll just draw a little bit, and then I'll tone that down a little bit, like so it's just a tiny little effect. It's very orangey, but I'm gonna try and make it work, just to show that you can kind of do it with anything. Actually, I think even more purpley, and then And then I might just you, it's kind of like a combination of all of the different materials because like skin's a little bit reflective, a little bit matte. Got some subsurface scattering, so you're going to kind of get a little bit of everything. I might just add this around the edges. Touch. So this is kind of like the Frenzel effect I mentioned before, where I'm going to darken the top of the sphere because it's more reflective. And then I can do the opposite on the bottom where I can add sort of like highlights or, you know, the specular reflections. Blur it a little bit. This is not accurate at all. Oopsie daisy. Oh, I drew it on the same layer, I think. Needs to be even more, actually probably needs to be more vibrantly red just here on the ambient occlusion. It's very, it's very a bit goofy looking, but you know, I would just go like this. I would like merge all the selected layer and then tonally correct it. Not too bad. It's a bit goofy. Ooh, I might, what should I do? Oh, if this one I went real. Okay, I'll fix this actually. I'll actually select the right shadow color this time. That's a better color. So probably not that orange, more like this color. Because I was just being lazy and not fixing it, even though I was like, yeah, this is definitely going to be too orange to begin with. And then I'm just going to like get this nice and kind of elliptical. All right, and then blur. It's not as smooth as it could be. Take that whiteness down a little bit, the bright or the luminosity down a touch. I think I might have overdone it. And that will give me more room for, like, if I make it slightly darker, it will give me more room for the reflections anyways. Then I'll try to fix up this Terminator line. Okay, cool. So now I'll select the shadow color and go very more red, more like pretty close to being dark. And then just add the ambient occlusion. What brush density are we? Oh, it's underneath the layer, no wonder. A bit darker. Like very close to black for this very bottom bit. All right. Blur it a touch as well. All right, that's all right. And then I'll add the subsurface scattering by, making it very red, feathering it kind of just along the edge. Make sure it's even, and then lower opacity so it's like that-ish. Maybe that's a little bit bright, but... And then just add in ambient lighting and reflections. Probably under, is that the, where's the ambient? Just like under here. So I'll make it more, because it's going to be kind of like a combination of subsurface scattering and like reflections, I'll kind of make it a little bit more saturated. About here-ish maybe. Nope. Nope. That's better. Redder. Maybe less red. Alright, that's alright. Just stop thinking about it too much. Alright. Cool. I'm gonna make the base coat a bit darker, or like add the bit more of the Frenzel effect around the edges so I can make this really shiny. Alright. And then I'll add specular highlight, so the little like white dot, just like here-ish, and then a little bit of blur. And then with, like, normally I would reflect this background color with the Frenzel effect or like the secondary light source. But with skin, because generally you're drawing characters that are outside, the ambient lighting is actually going to be blue. So the sky would, this black bit would be blue. So you're going to get blue bits of light coming from random directions. So I'll make the color a little bit, like a tiny bit blue before I add in any... Are you following along? All right. It's like here, and then I'll just cut that off. Yeah. Yeah. Just, it will take some time to get used to it, so don't give up immediately. That's my advice. So I'm just going to add that little bit of blue around here. And a little touch of blue around here. And then erase the start there. And then what can I do to make it more shiny? I could add that same sort of blue in this sort of manner for what I did with where's the reflective sphere. If I grab this just so I don't have to draw it all again. Then copy, paste it onto here. Oh, whoops, I grabbed the wrong one. All right. There we go. That's going to give us like the reflection, and I'll just like tint it a little bit blue. And that will give us the reflective sort of look, and then maybe just do this a bit more of that dark reflection around the edge to make it look even more shiny. That's not cooperating well. It's very subtle. All right, and that's like a nice reflective. I don't know about this subsurface. This about. Oh my god, I cannot speak. This bit though, I might change that color a tiny bit. Where's the ambient occlusion for the shadow? Yep. So that will kind of make it look a little bit more grounded. This ambient lighting is, or ambient occlusion is very hard to get good. I think maybe just a touch more. This is, yeah, skin is the most annoying one for sure. So don't beat yourself up if it's kind of hard. About there maybe. And then because obviously skin's red, it's going to reflect on the environment, the shadow a little bit. If your like material is a little bit colored, then I'll put these in a I'll clip that and I'll make it like a little bit add a little bit of color to that shadow. Yeah, it's not definitely not perfect, but I think it gives the right idea. It's a bit better. Oh, a bit of adjust that a tiny bit. Just one teeny tiny bit of it's not too bad. All right. Hello, Lemonborn. Oh. Merge selected layers. I'm just going to merge it all into one layer and then just see if there's any better sort of looks that I can get from messing with the tonal like correction options. Like I might like that a little bit more. And you know, if I get rid of this background and I just make it like a solid grayish or darkish gray, it's like a not too bad sort of idea of what's going on. Yeah, it does look pretty 3D. Oh. Actually, I can add a correction layer instead of individually changing every single instead of merging it all, just to preserve the layers. Layer, correction layer, hue saturation, luminosity, and then I'll clip it to the folder that has all of the layers in it, and I can mess with the tone a little bit. So I think my hue is pretty good. Saturation, luminosity, honestly, it's all pretty good, to be honest. Maybe I'll try the tone curve because I like the tone curve. It's good. And then I'll just drag it down. Is it going to let me? Ooh, I don't know about that. Reset. Oh, no, I don't know. I think it's not going to get too much better unless I just like erase some parts. But overall, that's like a good starting point for skin. I'll try to think of some examples now to actually apply it to. Yeah. True. Okay, have I been getting any? Okay, I haven't been getting any Twitch messages. Go like this to make it more easy. To see what I'm doing. What is it called? Retro aerobics. Okay, that's what it's called. Sorry, I'm just trying to find some like references. Yeah, I've gone through art school. Well, not finished yet, but I'm going through it. Oh, this is so rough. Mm-mm-mm. Uh, so I'm gonna draw Kiara's like what's it called? Aerobics thing because it's got a lot of different materials, so it's good reference or thing to study. be kind of lazy and just not. Mm-mm. Oh, fuck, I'll just do these two bits. Raise this. I'm not going to try render at all, anyways. But it's the same kind of process, right? So, like what I did with the sphere, I'm just getting like a base coat, or like a base, just to clip everything to when I start rendering. Make this a little bit. Try to just get this kind of solid so I'm not working with a shitty. Okay. All right. So, kind of like the same thing as what I'm seeing with this here, right? You get um like it's a little bit more complicated because usually like environments aren't just a perfect, like the sky is black and the ground is, bright, which is going to complicate things, but you just have to kind of take into consideration what like the light source of the environment is. So with this one here, I can kind of see that there's three different light sources. So um this could be like windows or something, and then maybe the sky is like a little bit brighter and then the ground is a bit darker. Because usually I think how it, if you take the average of kind of like what a normal environment looks like, it kind of evens out to be something like this. Give me one sec. Um, So the sky will be pretty bright. The middle of the horizon isn't as bright, and then the ground is brighter, but it's not as bright as the sky. So it kind of looks like this. So you get more light coming from the sky, less light coming from the horizon, and more light coming from the ground source as you get closer to you. Maybe even a little bit brighter like this. Like as it gets closer to you, it's going to get a bit more bright, like something like that. And even, this kind of looks like if this was a environment, you'd be like some hills or something in the background, and this is kind of how you can figure out what, just how to like draw an environment. And that's kind of like what I think about if I'm drawing like a metal or something. I think about this is what the average lighting source looks like. So we kind of apply that to this sort of thing. So I'll get my, what do I want to do first? I'll do my shadow first. So I'll make this more close. So like our brightest tone is going to be like this here. Like that's going to be our average bright tone. And then I'm going to do the same thing as I was doing this here. I'll draw in the shadow. Probably doesn't need to be this dark on the shadow here. And I don't believe the shadow would be this dark. Actually, nah, this looks pretty good. And then, I'll start adding in the, like blur the edges of the shadow because it's not going to be as, it's not going to be completely sharp. And also, another important thing is to consider that depending on how big the radius of the curve is. So if you draw like a cone and it looks like this. Oh god. Okay, cone. And you have a shadow. The shadow up here is going to be spread over a greater area compared to up here. It's going to be like this size, right? So if I color this in, and I blur it, right, it's going to be like this. It's going to be a little bit blurred up this end, and then as we get towards this other side, it's going to get more blurred, if that makes sense. So like that. So the same thing with the legs, because this part of the leg at the closer to the base is thicker, I'm going to blur it more compared to sharper curves around the knee and stuff, and like around here, and I'll leave sort of like that. All right, and then blur this sort of. So that's going to start giving us the shape of our legs more clearly. I think use the airbrush to adjust things, I guess. And maybe, I don't know if there's going to be some sort of light being covered up there from the other leg. Something like that. And then I'll just add a little bit of shading on this as well. I'm a much I'm just going to say I'm a much better teacher than I am. Well, I'm not that good of a teacher because I'm shit at speaking sometimes, but like if I think I'm pretty good at explaining stuff compared to once I like figure out what I'm saying. I'm good at explaining stuff. So I'm going to just add, and also for the whites, for any white shadow, make it blue, because when you're outside, white shadows are blue because of the sky, and it just looks way more attractive if like there's a bit of blue. I'll show you an example. If you look at a white, like next time you go outside and you're out like on a road, look for white cars, because if you look at the shadow will actually be blue if you color pick it. I'll search a white car on a. So for example, with this car, right, this is not a super bright sky, but if I color pick the shadow, it's blue because of the blue ambient lighting of the sky makes the shadow blue. And on some days you get very, let me find another example, because normally it's even more pronounced in real life, in my opinion. Here's a good example. You can see the ambient lighting from the sky is making everything nice and blue. Even a little bit in this not so, like, it's a little bit blue here. And then obviously if there's a very vibrant red in the environment, you can see that is the ambient lighting from that is making it red. But generally for white, make it blue. Okay. And then, so now that I've got this kind of, I didn't do the shadow on a different layer, which you should make sure you put the layers, like the shadow on a different layer if you want to keep it neat, but you don't have to, but it will make it easier. We can start thinking about this sort of lighting environment. So there's going to be a bright brightness coming from the top, and then darker along the mid shadow point, and then brighter and along the ground. So like I'm gonna go back towards this, and also if the sky's blue, I'm gonna make it slightly shift towards blue in color a little bit, and then I'm gonna just add a tiny bit of that, so it'll be like this. Like that. Maybe, probably not for this cast shadow, because cast shadows are probably a little bit different compared to what are they called? Contour shadows, maybe. And then now, like, what can I do? Add the Frenzel effect, which you see along, you can see how the edges of the, I'm going to make it less vibrant because it's kind of overdoing everything. Slightly less vibrant. So, you know, as I was doing along here, I'm going to add that shadow along the outside of the make it, refine it a little bit. Just add a tiny bit. I'm gonna go in here a little bit and exaggerate that. Like that. And now, what stage are we up to? Maybe the specular reflections. So the white reflections from the ground. I'll add that on another layer. So that's going to be like along the bottom of here. Probably not that right. And then just like a touch. And you can see like you don't always want to use like soft lighting. Sometimes it can pay to use like a hard edge. Alright. Maybe I'll just add a an outline just so it kind of gives some line art like that. What's to do next? Just fix the anatomy a little bit. Ambient, not ambient, ambient occlusion. Yes, actually it is ambient. So take the darker shadow, make it even darker and more vibrant, and then kind of go in through the, maybe not this vibrant actually, just because it's already got a color. And then just go in these kind of like the crevices. So it's obviously going to be between the legs, and any sort of kind of like crease is going to have a little bit of ambient occlusion. Also, what I can do is I can select this area where I want the ambient occlusion to be, and then use a round brush to kind of favor it, like make it more smooth of a transition. And probably along here as well. All right. I might make this reflection more blue, just because it will look more cool. Yeah. Right. And then what I think pretty much just, well, like, you know, I can add a lot more detail, but now I'll just add the specular highlights. So just those points where we get, I'm going to use a different pen for this actually. You know, you're going to get them along here. It's probably not going to go the whole way down the leg because it's not on the right angle. Just like a little bit here, and then back on that knee. And then the thing that you can do for you know, all the creases. Let me actually fix up some of this stuff. Oh no, I drew that on the wrong layer as well. Okay. I'm gonna draw it again. All right. If I had done this good and not messed up a few of the layers, I probably could, you know, use the what's it called, liquify tool to kind of add like stretch certain areas. Like, so I'll just move these back and forth. Oh, God, that notification scared me so bad. Why did that jump scare me? Just like along just the, I don't think the fingertip tool works, does it? No. Well, anyways, I could probably just select, like, merge them all at this point, and then just go like this. Just use that I'm using the fingertip tool to stretch all the creases that I want. So like stretch them along. Oh no, did I? I didn't. Like this. You can also just draw these like stretch sort of marks if you like maintain your layers good and kind of just draw the stretch marks. You know, I'll add a little bit of sort of distortion along these highlights as well. Maybe a little bit of like these painterly sort of blends. I don't know. Just to make sure, like, don't make everything too uniform, otherwise it will look kind of arse. Just add some little bit of texture. And then I'll just add more like reflections, I guess. And maybe increase the contrast of like this dark area that I want on the center of the reflection. Just to give that like more reflection, because reflections just have um, more contrast. So if you don't have enough contrast, it won't appear as reflective. So that just bringing out that a little bit more will help. And then I'll along this crease, there's going to be ambient occlusion here. And I'll get this very and then, you know, obviously there's going to be little bits of highlights along these stretches where they catch the light. There's a hard brush. Hard brush. So I might add this color here. Why does that look green? Am I tripping? Am I tripping? Why does that look so goofy? I think the color is, because it's like color is relative, it's messing it up for me. Just a little bit of yeah, that's pretty good anyway. So I'll just add a quick couple flowers and stuff, and then cool it. Actually, that's kind of bad. All right, I'm not going to bother with it. I think you get the idea. So that's sort of the process of drawing reflective materials, or like, you know, applying those sorts of skills. I might just adjust it slightly. Is there anything else you guys would like me to show? And also I just like to do tonal correction because it always makes it look better. Just tone curve and then curve it down a little bit. And it will kind of exaggerate the I mean that's just it's just what studying does. You get better and better and better. Yeah, it might go like I could stand I could sit here for the next like day and just keep on adding details and details, but I think this is a good study. Yeah, it's a pretty good study. Maybe not the best anatomic. It's slightly off anatomically, but it's alright. It took like 5 seconds. 5 seconds of Wait, I'll do another like quick example, right, of what I mean by this environment sort of thing. Just so I kind of like it makes sense maybe. But like if I'm drawing a bit of metal, and I've done this a few times, right? From the side. Oh, whoopsie daisy. Like I think about how this metal is going to look like with this sort of lighting. So we're going to have this lighter bit coming from the top, and I would just add a lighter tone to the top, and then this darker bit I would add it. It's going to be the smallest part because it's being compressed around the sides, and then the bottom bit I would just go like that, right? So and also I think if I increase the contrast of this, right? If this is what the environment looks like, it's going to look like exactly the same if it's a shiny metal. Just a little bit exaggerated because of the just because of the way it reflects, and then also you're going to get the little bit of specular highlight along here. Probably not going to see it too much, but the difference between a reflective surface and a matte surface is all it's going to do is just kind of even this out, so it's going to be more just like mushy. It's like going to be like this if you literally just took the if you just took this, went to filter and did Gaussian blur, it's going to like, just look like, it's going to look like that, right? So that's kind of how I think about objects, right? Or lighting nowadays, is that sharp materials are going to retain this average lighting of the environment perfectly, while matte materials are just going to Gaussian blur it, right? And blend the whole environment together, making it, look like this. I probably kind of forgot this mid-tone bit. Or this, now that's matte. And then, if I go back a bit, now that's shiny. And, that's your, this bit here is your ambient lighting. I'm gonna All right, I'm going to take another quick break and then maybe go back to playing some video games or something. All right, I'm back. I'll also show you the reference I used for this thing. All I did was just, it's not really even that close, but I just used that as a little bit of a reference to figure out what I was drawing. So I gotta... Sorry. All right. What else can I teach? I'll show an example of skin, right? It just looks like Goofy that like just pops off. Whoops. I'll get rid of this crap. But for skin, it's gonna be mostly kind of like the same tone. So if I go like, so it's gonna be. Oh, I can hardly even see this. Am I drawing? No, I'm not. I'm not picking the right tool. Yeah. Okay, this is just going to be my chest sort of example. So, okay, shadow. I'm just going to make a new layer and clip it. You can see, like, depending on the art style, you won't get, like, a lot of, like, contrast. Like, that's hardly anything, right? Between the shadow and the light. But I would go, like, about yay much. I'd probably do a little bit more than that in my style. I'm just drawing with my mouse to be lazy, but, you know, just fill in the shadow with 2 different tones to kind of... you can do things called no-tan studies, which is like where you just do shadows in completely black and white, which are good to do. It's funny that my viewership went up to... Actually, I probably need to, like, go like this. Look, it's not showing too much now anyways. Okay. Alright. Maybe I have to do a male chest for this, actually. Okay, now this is becoming a male chest, so I can get away with drawing all of it. Oh no, I drew on the wrong way, didn't I? Oh no, it's just clipped. Yeah, I feel like that looked even worse than when I that looked 10 times worse than what I did before. Well, actually, I don't think YouTube would ban me even if I did, because it's educational, and you can get away with a lot of shit on YouTube if it's technically educational. Yeah, it's gonna be like a softer, and then obviously the shadow is not gonna cover as much. So what am I doing? Just use a hard light. Alright, so I've got kind of defined the shadow, and I don't know if it needs to go up that high. I don't know, like here. So I've defined like the shadow and the light areas for the chest, and then like might just go straight into doing ambient occlusion. So I'll make it very red, a bit more redder, very dark, and I can just like do it in the creases, so you'll see it in the like armpit areas. Actually, you'll be even more redder than this. And I'm just going to do this in one layer because I'm lazy. Yeah. And then ambient lighting, so that you'll get that. If this is the shoulder, right, it's going to be a kind of smooth. I'm going to smooth this out a little bit. Actually, I'll add some subsurface scattering, which is going to be like that tiny bit of red. Uh, and then maybe for the like, what do you call it? Ambient reflections. I'll make it like a tiny bit blue. You can see, maybe even less blue, and a little bit. I'll just add. What am I doing? What am I doing? Looks a bit goofy, but I don't know, it's not too bad. Could be worse. Just a little bit of that blue. Looks good. More red, I reckon. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just being lazy. Trying to get through things. Something like that. Anyways, I think, does anyone want to learn anything in particular? But like this tone is a lot better than what I did for the skin thing actually. I can do one thing on drawing faces, I guess, that I've kind of figured out. But so for faces, like draw a circle. Nice little circle. Circles are key. And then, you do like the brow line. I don't know, no, the center line, that's what you call it. And so if this is the center line, this is the like middle of the sphere. And then you drop down half, or a radius, like this, straight down. You go another radius back. You do another sphere. This is like, and then if you go through the middle, and then this is the jawline. And then from the top of the sphere, so from the center line of this, right? So from the middle of the sphere, you do half, you half this length, then you half again, and then you half again. So like that. And this is where your hairline starts, roughly. Obviously, like every face is a little bit different, but I need to center this more in my OBS, to be honest. Let me fix that. Oh no, my face is kind of blocking it now. Let's just make this one big. All right. That's better. So half of the face, half again, half again, and that's your brow line. And then from the top of your brow line, you do thirds of the face. So it'd be about here and about here. So that should be equal thirds. It's not super equal on this, but maybe I'll make it different colors to make it easy. So blues, I'll get blues. Let me go back. So once you've got these proportions, half the face, half again, one more half, and that's your hairline. And then you do thirds, so it'd be about here, here, and here. So for thirds here. And then your ear goes at your eye line, or maybe either this line or this line, and you do, just a little loop. Maybe at the eye line actually. Let me just research that real quick. Face proportions. Let me double check that. I don't want to spread disinformation. No, okay, it's from your brow line. Yeah, so it's from the brow line. I'm tripping. Wait, what am I tripping up again? Da, 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 da. Right, yeah, okay. This is your brow line. So from this red line, and then this red line. So this halfway point is your eyes. The very first halfway point is your eyes, and then this is your hairline. This is your eyebrows. So this first third is your eyebrows, and then this is the bottom of your nose. The bottom third is the bottom of your nose, and then if you do another third, so if you divide the bottom third into thirds, this is where your lips go. So it goes like this. So the center of your lips will go kind of there. Oh, that was a bit goofy. Okay, I need to fix these lips a little bit. That's all right. It's a little bit off, but I think that's it. Oh, it's like, if you just get those proportions right, it should look not too bad. And just use that as a good starting point. And then from the front, it's the same thing. So you just do a circle. I'm just going to do this really quickly. I think his forehead's a little bit big, but I think you get the idea. And then one thing that I've been working on is drawing faces at perspectives. And what I've figured out is that the easiest way to do it is so. Oh, is it going to draw? Hello? Oh, there's something blocking it. So let's say you're drawing a face like this and you're looking up. So this is your center line, what you can do is, so if I rotate this head back, let me get rid of this one as well. So if we're looking at the face from a downwards perspective, right? And we try to measure the face, the measuring point that we try to use isn't because the way I got taught, I don't think it works quite right, because if we're looking upright in this example and we try to measure from the top of the sphere, this point that we measure from normally, which like at the top of the sphere, is now moved above the sphere, and it's like floating in air, like it's a invisible point that's no longer there, if that makes sense. But if you measure using the proportions now, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be measuring like from this bit, if you can see, instead of, and then it's going to make your face real scrunched up. So what I do is, if he's looking up this much, you go the line straight across, and then oh, I've forgotten, wait, let me look at my notes. I wrote some notes on this. Oh, yep, okay, I messed it up already. So this distance here, you think about moving that distance across, and then you do the same distance as this bit here, and you do that up again, and that will give you this point in floating in space. And then I'll use the same measuring proportion. So let's see, what is it? Oh yeah, and then I'll do 3 of these, because now that's giving us these 3 from like this bit to the bottom of the sphere, and then this bit down, and that will give you where the chin will actually be floating in space, I guess, as well, because it's not going to be, the chin's no longer going to be exactly half a radius down, because if you look on this example, the chin has oh god, I've made it so messy. The chin is no longer half like a radius down, it's like way closer to being even at the bottom of the sphere. And then I just do my normal measuring, so I would do half of this distance, which is pretty much here, half, so my hairline's going to be on the very top of the sphere, like not like just visible, and then thirds, something like that. Kind of gets a lot. I wouldn't draw this many, like I wouldn't draw all these lines, I'd just visualize it a little bit if I'm doing, you know, this in like actually doing this, because otherwise it's going to get way too complicated. I've already made it real hard to see what the hell I'm doing. So, you know, then I can do my eyes here. My eyebrows here. And then my my mouth here. And then these will be lower. Why did I draw him so sad? He looks so sad. then the tip of the nose will be up a little bit more. If I kind of draw like the 3D-ness of it, you're gonna see. I don't know, depending on the art style, you wouldn't draw this obviously, but the nose is gonna be tilted up. And maybe you see a little bit of the bit of the chin. And that's like, I'll just draw over this, right? I would go this. Where's this other layer? Blur that out. And that would give me my what's that Sung Jin Woo? Sung Woo. Haven't watched that anime, so I'm kind of a laugher, to be honest. When it comes to, actually, I watched like the first episode, but I didn't really like it. He's got a very long chin though, so probably you do have to adjust um, proportions based on the character. So for most characters, like they'll follow about those proportions, but just take note if they do change. How does his hair look like? Like, doot, doot, doot. His hair is probably a lot smaller, actually. I don't know. I don't know this character really. Uh-oh. Hide this real quick. Uh-oh, what is still? Something still hitting this. What is hitting this? Oh. Something like that. Yeah, that's good enough. But that's the technique I've been working on for measuring out faces, right? And it works pretty darn good. I might make a video explaining like the whole maths of like exactly how it works, because there's like some like geometry shit that I had to do to figure it out, like make sure that it would actually work and that it would actually do the stuff that it needed to do. Give me one moment. Hello, 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 hello. Yeah, break out the drawing tablet. I'm so ADHD and I just go like do. Yeah, I'm gonna do some games because I feel like I've done a lot of study stuff and it's been good. It's been working out. Might have to do some fan art of Kiara because I do love this outfit. Back to PUBG then, because that's my favorite, even though it's kind of dead. PUBG. PUBG category gun. PUBG is fun, but I don't know. It's so body. I hate that. Alright, I think I'm starting to lose my voice though. Oh no. Sorry if the Twitch people are here for the art, but now we're going into PUBG. Also, I do need to finish off the stupid like art tutorial videos. I'm thinking about doing a like a long form video just explaining the whole like the whole process of every material, and then maybe do like an uncut version so people can like see exactly how I do it, or they could just watch this live stream or something. But I might make it a little bit better. Oh no, I have to update my client. What the hell? Do I have to update it? Just gonna, where do I put a text? Is that working now? You need to update my game client. What? What is happening? Steam. How? Task manager, maybe. And task. Oh, did I? Oh, that just killed my VTuber studio. Uh, professional gamer here. Lordy lord. Alright, is it gonna be? Oh no. Oh, I'm back. I'm back. Wait, what is that little floating thing? Wait. Oh, it's gone. Oh, yeah, it's updating. Okay, one second. Sorry about that. All right, nearly done. Sorry to the new people just coming in. I'm trying to get PUBG up, but we're having a little bit of technical difficulties. Actually, I might play some Counter Strike, but I need to figure out a way to make sure I like mute everyone every match. All right. Yeah, it's finished now. I don't know what's happening. I tried to download the update. Like started updating, and then it just stopped downloading, and I had to restart it. So, all right, give me 1 second. PUBG, please. Uh, all right, we're back in OBS. All right. Sound. All right, I'll be back in 1 second. Hopefully, we're in a game. Oh. Oh, what is happening? Why is it doing this? Oh, wait. Oh, it started capturing VTube Studio somehow. Oh, not this map. Where's YouTube chat? Oop. Alright, let's get a gun and then shoot this guy. Ain't no ways. Oh, it's just a bot. Look at this. This is not a real person. Man, I wish I had a good PC during like the heyday years of PUBG when it was like people would actually talk on the in the voice chat and stuff. Uh, oh, did I? Oops. Give me 1 second. Cool. Okay, I'm set up. Uh-oh. What? Uh-oh. Oh, what the fuck? Where is this guy? Uh-oh. Oh! He got taken out. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. I think I saw that person. I think they're... Oh shit! Oh, what the fuck? Oh! Did I not? Oh my god, I didn't pick up the ammo. I'm so dumb. That was the biggest throw. Rip. No. God. Okay, I need to keep on looking at my second monitor and just fucking myself up. Let's go. Oh, this is probably my favorite map, which is classic. Actually, I'm gonna go prison. Oh, did that guy just die? Oh. Did he die? He like fell down over here. Okay. Okay, it's just a bot. Um, where the hell is a red dot here? How do I open Steam with... Oh. How's everyone's days going? Pretty good. It's like, oh, actually, I started earlier than what I normally do today because because I was meant to go to work, but then my boss called it off, so I just got up a little bit earlier than I normally would, which I guess is good because then I got to start live streaming and stuff. Hmm. Ooh, legendary, or whatever they call it. Go, go, go. I've got to get this loot. Oh, there is someone. Probably a real player. I don't think bots drive cars, so... Uh-oh. Oh, fight, fight, fight. Oh. What was that? I think I heard something. Oh, there's cars around me. Oh shit, the fuck? Oh, I see, I see, I see. Oh, I do not see. Oh shit. No. I heard someone. I think these are real people because they're not complete arse. Okay, I gotta be careful of this hill behind me because I'm pretty sure there's like a few people. Is this guy real? He looks like real. Kind of. Oh, the most annoying thing about going over hills is the like little bit of grass. Because it like kind of obscures like the top of the like your vision. Okay. We should go around the perimeter. Sneaky, sneaky. Oh, yep. I'm locked in. What the hell is this? Is this like a healing cloud? What is this? What the fuck? Okay. I don't know what's going on. My whispering. Oh, it's only got... Fuck that, I'm not taking that weapon. Good. Ugh. 8 times. Give me more grenades. Hmm. I saw him, I saw him. Where was that? There. Ooh. Right here. Oh, okay, there's another person down there. Gotta be careful about this ridge here. Okay, gotta be careful. There's another sniper. Well, there he is. That's gonna be annoying. Keep on looking at the wrong fucking building. Oh no. Okay, let's go up here. Where are the other... that was so close. No! What did I do to him? No. That grenade just went a little bit further. Oh, rip. I thought I hit him a couple more times on my screen, but I guess not. Oh no, no. Oh. Alright, where we going? Military base? Normally I don't talk very much during stream, so my voice is getting so tired already. And I don't even talk anywhere much like as much as normal streamers do. Like I don't think I could keep it up for that long. I think my vocal cords might rip if I tried talking as much as they do. Oh, I think I deployed way too early. Anyone else coming? What is that? Someone's already... Give me that. I think that's like one thing I need to work on a lot, like speaking. Just because I'm like very, very quiet most of the time. So it's something I'm very good at, to be honest. Jam a pack. Real, yeah. Okay, I want to find this person. This is a burst, 2-round burst. Honestly, I'm gonna take the M4. What about the fuel? Oh, it's in my inventory. Where did this guy go? Oh, what the fuck? This guy's vehicle's here. He must be here around here somewhere. I had a bit of a crackpot theory, right? Because a lot of VTubers, or like the biggest VTubers, are pretty like attractive, right? So hear me out. Do you think that being attractive means you get more positive social interactions, which means you socialize more, and then that means you get better at speaking, which means you're more entertaining, and that's makes you way more likely to be popular, especially as a VTuber. So that's why so many what's it called? So many VTubers are actually pretty good looking. Am I cooking or nar? Where's this guy? This guy's scaring me. Or just the fact that if you're more attractive, you're probably more likely to be an idol, and then, what's it called? Oh, I see him, I see him. Oh shit, oh shit. Oh, I need to stop panicking. Or but like, yeah, maybe the simpler explanation is that a lot of them were just idols in their, like, actual idols in their past lives. So I guess you know, they're more likely to be hired as a VTuber, like as an idol, like a VTuber idol. But even, I don't know, some of them aren't like weren't actual idols before they joined, and they're still like, I don't know, pretty good looking. But I don't know. I reckon there must be. There's a correlation between being good at communicating and like entertaining, and also like just being more attractive because of like the way that social interactions go. There's also probably like some aspect of like if you're a VTuber, you're probably like, well, I mean, if you're a popular VTuber and it's like your full time career, you're probably like able to take better care of yourself, anyways. Like you've got more time to do like skincare and go to the gym and stuff versus like the average person. Probably, you know, average career doesn't give you that much free time to take care of yourself. So it's probably, yeah. I mean, it's like when this is kind of a crazy example, but it's like when Diddy got locked up in prison and he like aged 20 years, probably because you know you go from a lifestyle of zero stress and zero like you know you're able to get haircuts like every day of the week and you know like and then you know he went to prison and he looks like 20 years older because obviously he's probably not getting his hair dyed and then skincare routines and all this other bullshit. The conspiracy adrenochrome, if you know what that is. People think that what is it? The I think it's some people think that yeah he did though, but let me explain the adrenochrome conspiracy. I think it's like if you people who kill kids and when because it like it makes them stressed out or something, it makes them you know release adrenochrome, which I don't think is even a fucking real. Maybe it's a real like a real what do you call it? Hormone or something or like chemical, but I don't think it's like an actual thing that's released in like or yeah, I don't think it fucking reverses your age or whatever the conspiracy theorists say. Oh fuck. Oh yikes. Oh shit, that scared me. Gun, 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 gun. Not a gun. Not a gun. Oh! Run, run, run. Run, run, run. Run, run, run. Yeah. I wish conspiracy theories were batshit crazy nowadays. Sometimes it seems like they're too real. Oh, I forgot about this weapon. I need to stop being so ADHD and leaning for every fucking shot. gays. Is that their clan? Uh-oh. Hey, give me that frag, actually. Where did that go? There's more people in here. I kind of do like the 3x scope though. I like it's reticle. Hmm. But like, like all the Epstein shit is just too real now. Like, there's no, or I don't know if he killed himself or not, but it's crazy that it's been covered up. Like, it's a disgrace. Have you guys seen the like airlines, well, air quotes airline company thing they had? There's like a YouTube video about it where I think they were trying to use an airline advertising thing on YouTube to like sell like trafficked women and stuff. Kind of reminds me of yeah, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's just the money problem. I think if you just have enough money, you can do anything. Look, I'll link the video later in my Discord server, but it's like a crazy watch though. And I'm pretty sure it's like actual confirmed though. It reminds me, do you guys know Pizzagate? Oh, I probably shouldn't. I need to be careful of what I say because like YouTube's gonna demonetize me or something. I need to say yeah, I forgot to censor myself. What's the saying? Oh no, I don't. Oh! Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! Fuck, that actually scared me. How do you miss every shot though? Oh! Where am I getting shot at from? Oh! Okay, that's one down. Where's this other guy? Yeah, so Pizzagate was like where people thought you could like call up a pizza shop, like order, you know, some secret code word, right? And then they would like send you a person if you paid money. And they like thought they had kids in the basement or some shit. Oh, okay, there's someone. Did he hear me? I thought this was a sniper, to be honest. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're disguised as pizza shops, but there's definitely weird. There's definitely people who are actually like trafficking. Actually trafficking people, and I don't doubt there's like places you can call with all the like, you know, evil rich people. Where'd this guy go? Don't tell me he's still hiding behind here. Oh no, I might be wallahi. I might be cooked. I might be... Uh-oh, uh-oh. Well, there's still people shooting. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! The fuck? I don't even know what these truck things do. Yeah. Dropping in my... Oh. Come here, boy. Come here, boy. Come here. Oh! Oh. Oh. That guy, like, perfectly dodged me. Rip. Yeah, I heard someone else, though, like, shoot. Nice. I do love the, SLRs and stuff. Oh. And, oh. Okay, let me just piss this guy off real quick. I don't know if I even hit his tire. Jeez, only one shot? That's kind of yikes. Oh, he crossed over. He's trying to cross me up. Oh, get away from that. Did he throw? I thought he threw a grenade and it didn't seem to do much. Mm-mm-mm. Oh! Oh! Is there... Did I see that guy? Well, I need more 7.62. Oh, okay, I need a... Come on, one more win, and then Counter-Strike, maybe. Oh no. Storm, storm, storm. I heard someone down here, right? Oh no! Oh no! No! Alright. Rip. Rip. Ah. No. Oh, Counter-Strike is also updating. Oh, okay, it's 1.5 gigs. I might play. What should we play? One round of Fall Guys? Uh, wait. One round, one round. How long have I been live for? I think I've been live for quite a while. Um, 5 hours. We're keeping this train going. I need to farm watch hours so that I can get monetized for real. Alright. One round to full, guys. Oh, better change game. Oh. Oh, come on. Oh, nearly got taken out already. Oh. Oh, no, I didn't realize it bounced you like that. No! Oh, I'm cooked, I'm cooked, I'm cooked. Oh. I did not think I was going to make that. No, I didn't get that? No. Oh no. Oh. Don't you fucking... Oh, you took my... Oh, yeah, I'm dead. I'm done. Yep. Rip. Alright, CSGO then. Oh, it's still... Oh, rip. Pause the update. Do you have any games you want me to play, or... Or what? I'm getting a little bit tired, but... Keep on going. All right. Oh no, oh, I don't know. Wait. Counter-Strike 2 may require allow third-party software launch option to use game capture. Um, Wait, give me 1 second. Stop. How do I launch that? Manage properties. Da, da, da. Right, copy. Oh, there we go. Oh, low FPS. Hello. FPS. Okay, we're back. Oh, better change to CS2. Oh, CS2. Yeah, that feels about right. Don't know if I've got the right settings. Wait, why did my sensitivity change, or am I tripping out? Did my sensitivity change, or am I... What the fuck? It's like so hard to turn. It's like I have to move my whole freaking... These all bots? Oh my god, I was like, why am I dominating these people? They're all bots. I have to do actual matchmaking deathmatch. No! Rip. Oh no. Rip. Rip. Go for some D kills. What? How many shots did that guy take? Oh, rip. Wrong gun. Oh, rip. Man, I cannot hit my shots. Jeez. Oh no. That's horrible. Oh shit. Scheiße. Rip my KD is so low. Okay, time to use AK. Uh, all right. Think that's gonna end it for tonight because I'm fucking done. Thank you for coming to watch me do a bunch of random crap. See ya.